It's early in the morning in Vietnam, 6 a.m. And many people have gathered from around the country.
The monks and the venerables have arrived at the big meditation hall, full moon meditation hall. They are now making their way towards the altar. On the left and on the right are students of Thay.
Yep, dear Sangha, please stand up to touch your 3 times.
The Sangha will now stand up in Plum Village to touch the earth 3 times towards Thai's altar.
Eldest monk leading the delegation of paying their respects at Thai's altar here in the full moon meditation hall. This is Venerable Thich now, the caretaking. It's a great honor that the chants are being led by senior venerables from Vietnam who are in yellow, in gold, Sangatis, and the Plum Village tradition, Thai's disciples, are those with brown. So Thai students are lined up to kneeling up to pay respects to Thai's casket, and the venerables offering their spiritual support to this very sacred moment are standing in order to lead the chanting. And these are prayers of invitation to invite Thai to embark on this last journey. And Thay Thu Dao also kneeling up, the elder of Từ Hiếu Temple at the moment. Many of Thai's young disciples, we can see here kneeling up on the right, have been caring for him since he returned to Vietnam in October 2018.
The most venerable is pronouncing Thai's title. The 42nd generation of the Linji Dhyana school and the 8th generation of the Liu Quang Dharma line, patriarch and abbot of Từ Hiếu lineage, founder of the International Plum Village Dharma School, whose first name is Dung and whose second name is Quang, whose lineage name is Phùng Xuân, and whose Dharma title is Zen Master Nhat Hanh, and whose family name is Nguyen, an awakened venerable.
Nhất thiên chỉ hóa diệt tinh tàn, đại địa chi trần tiêu tánh tịch, tư nãi nhật dị mạn như kỳ dị ký, và ký thần như gắn dị tàn. Chánh đương cử quan phụng diện kiếm nghi cờ tổng văn trình truyền quy an dưỡng công hiện
This is the moment when they will offer tea to Thay.
Over the past week, thousands of people have been coming to pay respect at Thais. Over the past week, thousands of people have been coming to pay respect at Thai's shrine here at Từ Hiếu Temple. And they've had a chance to practice walking meditation around the ponds, and to practice sitting meditation outside the full moon meditation hall. And people the Venerable here in the middle, touching the earth, is Venerable Ong Chi Tang. We can see our beloved elder sister Nidrin Sakochankong standing here in reverence as the elder of the nuns community of Thai's disciples. And here too in Plum Village, we are gathered, we are following our breathing and offering our energy and presence to our teacher at this very solemn moment. And if we are in the front of this screen, those of you who know many of our elders, you can recognize some faces. We have Sako Trum Chin, Sako Hua Nyim, Sako Thong Kan, Sako Twai Nyim, and many other elders in our community. Disciples is Thai's younger Dharma brother, Chanting. The disciple of the same teacher as Thay. And thank you for your patience. We are having some buffering issues with the uploads from Vietnam, but the team there is doing their best to address it. So please breathe with us and connect with Thay and with the whole Sangha as we sit and breathe and bear witness together. And how wonderful we can see as much as we can and hear as much as we can to share in this moment. We can breathe in and out and enjoy generating an energy of peace in this auspicious time. And for Thay to know that his international Sangha is breathing peacefully in countries all over the world. What an offering, what a gift, what a support, and what a beautiful continuation for Thay, even as we witness this solemn and legendary moment. Sukho Changkong here at the front of the screen, not quite able to bow, but offering her deepest love and respect. We can see her there. So wonderful to see our beloved elder sister. Now the mother, true mother of our community. Since very early on, Thay always wanted us to live stream the meditation halls, the ordinations, and many special ceremonies, even between different centers in different continents, Asia, Europe, and America. And at the beginning, we did it only with sound, and so wonderful that we can continue this with image. So here, Thay's disciples in our community kneeling up, our community wearing brown. Now, Thay Phap is at the head of our community to announce at the altar Thay's life story, Thay's biography, and we will read it for you in English. Zen Master Thich Nhat Hanh, also known as Nguyen Xuân Bao, was born in the year of the tiger, 1926, in An Trung village, Quan Dien district in Hue. He was the youngest of 6 children. His father was Nguyen Đình Phúc, and his mother is Tran Thi Yi. In 1942, he began his novice training at Từ Hiếu Temple under Zen Master Thich Chan Tat, and he received the lineage name Trung Quang. In September 1945, he received the 10 novice precepts with his root teacher and was given the monastic Dharma name Phung Xuân. In 1947, he went to study and live at the Bao Quoc Institute of Buddhist Studies in Hue. In 1949, he left Bao Quoc Institute for further studies in Saigon. He began writing under the Dharma name Thich Nhat Hanh, one of Thay's many pen names. He co-founded the An Quang Pagoda, which later hosted a Buddhist institute where Thay taught. In October 1951, he received the Bhikshu precepts at the An Quang Pagoda with the Venerable Thich Don Hao. In 1955, he was entrusted by the National Buddhist Association to reform Buddhist studies in Vietnam and was appointed the Director of Education at the An Quang Buddhist Institute. I was reading a little faster than the Vietnamese, so I will wait. In 1957, he was appointed editor-in-chief of Vietnamese Buddhism, the official magazine of the National Buddhist Association. He established Phương Boi, Fragrant Palm Leaves Community in Bao Loc. In 1961 to 1963, he studied at Princeton Theological Seminary and researched and taught at Columbia University in the United States, where he wrote the short story, A Rose for Your Pocket. In 1964, he was invited to return and join the leadership of the Unified Buddhist Congregation of Vietnam. He established the Institute of Higher Buddhist Studies, Saigon, in Phap Hoi Temple, the predecessor of Van Han University, and he founded La Boi Press. He became editor-in-chief of the principal Buddhist weekly paper, Voice of the Rising Tide. In 1965, He formally founded the School of Youth for Social Service, and in 1966, he established the Order of Interbeing. On the 1st of May, 1966, he received the lamp transmission from his teacher at Từ Hiếu Temple and the abbotship after the passing of his teacher. On the 11th of May, 1966, he left Vietnam to call for peace, marking the start of 39 years of exile. In 1967, he was nominated by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. for the Nobel Peace Prize. Between 1968 and 1973, he continued to work for peace at the Paris Peace Talks. He taught the history of Buddhism in Vietnam at the Sorbonne École Pratique des Hautes Études in Paris, and he authored the 3-volume book Treatise on the History of Vietnamese Buddhism under the pseudonym Nguyen Lang. In September 1970, he was officially assigned by Vietnam's Unified Buddhist Congregation to be head of the Vietnamese Buddhist Peace Delegation. In May 1970, he participated in drafting the Menton Statement, which addressed environmental destruction, pollution, and population growth. Together with associates, he met with the UN Secretary General U Thant the following year to engage his support. In 1972, he hosted Dai Dong, the Great Togetherness Environmental Conference, focusing on deep ecology, interbeing, and the importance of protecting the earth. In 1971, he established Sweet Potatoes, a nascent mindfulness community outside Paris. In 1976, he rescued boat people on the high seas in the South China Sea. In 1982, he established Plum Village Practice Center in southwest France. In 1998, he established Green Mountain Dharma Center in Vermont in the United States and Deer Park Monastery in California in 2000. In 1999, he joined Nobel Peace Prize laureates in drafting the Manifesto 2000 for Peace and Nonviolence for the New Millennium. In 2005, he returned for the first time to Vietnam and established Bat Nha Monastery in Bao Loc in the Central Highlands. In 2007, he made his second return to Vietnam, during which he led 3 great requiem ceremonies in the 3 regions of Vietnam. Since 2008, he has established the European Institute of Applied Buddhism in Germany, Blue Cliff Monastery and Magnolia Grove Monastery in the United States, Maison de l'Inspire in Paris, Thay Plum Village Practice Center in Thailand, the Asian Institute of Applied Buddhism in Hong Kong, Stream Entering Monastery in Australia, and U Tram Nunnery, Tram Thich Nunnery, Vietnam, and has continued to teach the Dharma and build sanghas around the world. In 2018, he returned to Từ Hiếu Temple in Vietnam to live the final chapter.
And in January 22nd, our teacher has passed away.
representing all of the disciples of Zen Master Thich Nhat Hanh, Venerable Thay Tu Dao, is going to express words of gratitude to the wider Vietnamese community in Vietnam. Namo Shakyamunaye Buddhaya, most respected venerables, most honored guests, Zen Master Thich Nhat Hanh, the abbot of Từ Hiếu Temple and founder of Plum Village International, after nearly 80 years of practicing and teaching the Dharma, 72 years as a bhikshu, passed away peacefully at the Deep Listening Hut, Từ Hiếu Temple, at 1:30 a.m. on the 22nd of January 2022, at the age of 95. The memorial ceremonies for Thay have proceeded peacefully at the Từ Hiếu Temple. On behalf of all the disciples of Thay, we would like to express our deepest respect and gratitude to the most venerables in the Central Executive Council of the Vietnamese Buddhist Sangha, the most venerables in the Executive Board of the Vietnam Buddhist Sangha in Thừa Thiên Huế Province, the most venerables from temples and monasteries in Vietnam and abroad. We would also like to pay our respect to the venerable monks and nuns of Từ Hiếu lineage and all the friends who have supported the ceremonies in so many ways. We sincerely thank the leaders of the central government and Hue province and Tuy Xuân commune for their condolences, for their sympathy and support during these memorial services. We would like to humbly ask for your forgiveness we would like to humbly ask for your forgiveness for any shortcomings that we may have regretfully committed during these memorial services. We wish you peace and happiness of body and mind. Namo Bodhisattva of great rejoicing.
We will stand up and do 3 Tatanyas.
So the Sangha in Plum Village will all stand up to touch the earth 3 times to show our deepest gratitude to Thay and all of our ancestral teachers.
So in red, we can see the pallbearers for Thai's casket, getting ready to formally proceed towards the full moon meditation hall. They're coming from the ancestral main shrine hall at Từ Hiếu Temple, where they will have paid respect to the ancestors, to seek their blessing, to formally come to participate in bringing Thai's casket in the procession. So we have the formal procession taking shape. At the front, we have the bell of invitation, the sound leading the procession. We have the incense, we have the memorial plaque for Thay, the dragon plaque being carried in gold and red, being carried by Thay Phap. We have the photograph of Thay. We also have Thai's bowl, alms bowl, and his sangati. So we will see all of these very precious and symbolic elements of Thai's life are part of the head of the procession, and these Dharma instruments or elements. And many of Thai's disciples have been given the opportunity to do this. Thay Phap is carrying the incense stick. And now the procession is following the path around the grounds of Từ Hiếu, the path where Thay has been enjoying the 4 seasons from his wheelchair. Over the last 3.5 years. And so now, and we can see that the friends along the way are all holding white lotuses in honor of Thay as a sign of freshness and also of mourning. And we can hear the sound of the prajna bell in the background.
The prajna drums and the prajna bells, they will be invited in rounds. The first round is the announcement of the Dharma festival, the prajna, the insight festival. With the second round, it represents inviting all Buddhas to be present. And with the third round, all Sangha, please listen as we offer our aspiration. May all living beings hear the prajna sound, the sound of wisdom. And may all phenomena enter into the prajna realm, the insight of highest wisdom.
So we're seeing this beautiful temple, the root temple of our Plum Village tradition, where Thay has chosen to enjoy his last years. Thay always used to say that the sound of the prajna drums is like rolling thunder. The sound of the Dhamma, the sound of aspiration, the sound of the true nature of reality. Here we are passing the half moon pond. And here we can see the pallbearers getting ready to carry Thay's casket. Covered with chrysanthemum flowers, Thay's favorite flower. And Thay's casket will appear in the middle of the procession. And he is being led out by the bell, by the flowers, by the ancestors, by the venerables, and by his students. To embark on this solemn journey. Hue in the center of Vietnam is an ancient imperial city, and many of the ceremonial elements we are seeing today emerge from this rich heritage of the city of Hue, which used to be the seat of the imperial rulers. And so we are seeing timeless rituals continuing and being offered to our teacher, for whom the ancestors and culture and the riches of Vietnam were so important. We have a chance here to see the grounds of Từ Hiếu Temple, the trees, the pine trees. As a child, as a young novice, Thay would collect the pine needles to make a fire for his teacher in the early morning. He would sit on the steps above this half-moon pond to prepare fruit for his teacher, or to enjoy the sound of the chanting coming from the shrine hall, slightly above at the top of the steps in the center of the image we are seeing now. And the procession is coming around the half-moon pond, towards the gate of Từ Hiếu Temple. Breathing in, I know Thay is embarking on a journey. Breathing out, I smile to Thay in me and around me. Breathing in, I generate the energy of peace for our teacher. Breathing out, I generate the energy of peace for myself and for those around me. Here in Plum Village, we are breathing silently, breathing together with our global family in this very special moment as Thay's casket is lifted. And he begins his journey. Thay's younger brother here in yellow, in gold at the front of the screen, ensuring that everything is going smoothly. Thai students here in the image on the left. Thai's young novices and bhikshus and bhikshunis and dharma teachers in the nuns community, bearing witness, paying their respect, kneeling as Thai's coffin, Thai's casket begins to move through the full moon meditation hall. We're seeing the crowds assembled outside the full moon hall. People have traveled from all over the country to be here to bear witness to this very holy moment. And we can hear the sound of the drum in the background, the prajna drum resonating in the historical and the ultimate dimension. So the casket now is being moved, positioned so it can be carried. Breathing in, we feel grateful to all the cameramen, all the technical folks who have been working for many days to make these images possible for us. Breathing out, we release any tension or frustration. Thai's younger Dharma brother here, ensuring that everything is handled well. A gift for his elder brother.
It's wonderful as a global community to have this chance to visit Thai's root temple, Từ Hiếu in Hue. Thay wanted all of his students to have the chance to go back to Từ Hiếu to visit. And whenever any of us did have the chance to go there when we came back, Thay would always ask us if we had seen the half moon pond, if we had tasted the sweet star fruit of the tree behind the ancestors' hall, if we had climbed Phung Swun Hill, which he climbed as a novice. So today, with this procession, we all have a chance to visit these places which were so sacred and precious to Thay. Từ Hiếu Temple is very important in the Zen lineage in Vietnam. Many Zen masters have risen up from this land, have practiced on these temple grounds. And as Thai's casket is processed around the grounds, we know that Thay is not caught in the idea of that Thay is limited to this body, and Thay will always be present in Từ Hiếu, in the pine trees, the half moon pond, the star fruit tree that he loved so much, the sounds of the bells and the drums, and in the practice of the brothers and the sisters and all the friends.
So the shafts have now been fitted and the procession is on its way. We can see right back to the end of this path. We can see our brothers have the honor of holding the parasol over Thay's casket as the procession begins to make its way. So here the head of the procession is waiting in front, so already outside the gate, to announce that the procession can emerge. Here we are, the half moon pond on our left, and Thay will pass by the distinctive gate of Từ Hiếu Temple, the gate of the 3 doors of liberation. Emptiness, aimlessness, and signlessness. There's a place close to the half moon pond here where Thay used to wash his feet after coming back from taking care of the buffaloes out in the rice paddies, just very close to where his coffin is passing now.
Whenever any of us had the chance to visit Từ Hiếu, Thay would ask us if we had practiced walking meditation in the grounds, if we had practiced walking meditation around the half moon pond. And Thay wanted all of us to bring the practice of walking meditation back to Từ Hiếu. And he said that anyone anyone who saw us in Từ Hiếu should know that we were from Plum Village right away.
And so Thai's disciples, our beloved monastic community in the Plum Village tradition, are those with brown underneath the golden robes, and those with gray robes represent other traditions, or golden robes represent many other traditions of Buddhism in Vietnam.
At the head, they are already on the main street outside of the root temple. And on the right is the Dung Hill, the famous hill that I shared a lot in different poems. As a young monk, he would climb the hill.
Here we are seeing the main gate of Từ Hiếu Temple.
They are now carrying Thai's casket through the gate of the pagoda. And Thay, they are carrying Thay through the main gate of the three doors of liberation gate.
This central gate is opened only on very special occasions, either for members of the royal family in the past, and when Thay returned to Từ Hiếu Temple after so many years in 2005, and also when Thay arrived in Từ Hiếu in 2018. No one else is allowed to pass through the central gate in this way.
How wonderful that Thay can be honored with these traditional rites from his homeland, these very sacred rituals that we are witnessing here, the rituals of our ancestors in Vietnam, our spiritual and land ancestors in Vietnam. And it's so wonderful that so many people have been allowed to gather to pay their respects. Even in this time of pandemic, it's a great gift that the government has made possible for us, and we are deeply grateful. And we know that for Thai community, brotherhood and sisterhood, for people to gather is hugely important, and what a gift that people can gather on this occasion. In honor of the good, the true, and the beautiful. We can see practitioners touching the earth as Thai's casket passes by. Those who are wearing grey robes is a sign of respect when visiting the temple to wear the grey outrang. So these are regular people but who have a deep practice and respect for Thai. We can see Sako Chang Kong at the head of the nuns community following behind Thai's casket. How wonderful that she can be here in this moment.
The music we're hearing is the melody of a song. It's one of Thai's favorite songs, written by one of the sisters, Sister Yainium. And whenever we gathered as a Sangha, Thai always asked us to sing this song. In gratitude, you have watered seeds of love in me. In gratitude, I will water seeds of love in someone too.
And now we hear the melody. Here is the Pure Land is here. And this was a practice that Thay offered to us, to see that this beautiful planet is the Pure Land. We just have to invite the energy of mindfulness to be present, and we can be in touch with all the wonders of life. The beautiful bamboos, the green trees, the blue sky. And in this solemn moment, as Thay is present, we all get to be in the Pure Land for Thay. Thay always said that the Pure Land is here and now. It is not somewhere far away. The lay friends have arrived very early to be present, to have an opportunity to bow to Thay, to pay their deepest respect.
As we continue to follow our breathing, witnessing these extraordinary images, we know that this is truly a legendary moment. For Thay, a monk who cherished so much simplicity and humility, to be honored in this way by so many as an outpouring of gratitude and love. It's only now that we can start to see how profoundly Thay has touched the world, the hearts of so many people, and that so many people want to express their gratitude and their love, their respect in this way, that they want to honor Thay in this powerful way.
The procession is continuing along the road towards the city of Hue. So in this procession, we have many of Thai's most senior monastic disciples, not only Sister Chang Kong and many of our eldest and beloved nuns in our Plum Village community, but also on the monk side, we have Thai Phap Ung, Thai Phap Ung, Thai Phap Neem, Thai Phap Hai, who has traveled from Australia. We can see Thai Phap Ung here carrying the incense stick representing all our ancestors. And he is followed by Thai Phap Neem holding the dragon plaque, a great honor and an imperial tradition from Hue and from our school of Buddhism. And we have Thai's picture being carried by Thai Phap Hoi and Thai Phap Khoi. And we have Brother Phap Lu carrying his alms bowl, and Thai Phap Hai from Australia carrying his Sangati. The alms bowl and the Sangati are considered the two wings of a monastic. We should never be without our golden Sangati robe or our very simple alms bowl. The traditions that we are seeing here, many of them are ancient, and the symbolism of the Sangati robe and the alms bowl date back to the time of the Buddha. And the Sangati robes are a kind of patchwork symbolizing the field of all good seeds, as though like it's a patchwork of rice paddies. So when we see the back of the golden Sangati robes, we can see the patchwork. And the bowl itself represents humility and the deep wish to be in touch with lay people in order to be able to share the Dharma. And here the procession is emerging into the streets of Hue. And I have no doubt that Thai's disciples in the procession are following their breathing, enjoying each step, each legendary step on this journey, an opportunity to show our respect, gratitude, and love for our teacher and to honor him.
Now we're seeing on the left the cars in the funeral cortege, which are also adorned with chrysanthemums. And the whole procession will travel by car to the cremation ground in the Paradise Garden in the Eternity Park in Way.
Now the head of the procession have arrived at all the vehicles and they are organizing themselves to get into the vehicles in order to go to the Paradise Garden. It seems like they have already put Thai's casket onto the car.
タイの棺を車に乗せました。
And we see Brother Phap Wing
ファ
on
ップイン
the
が
car
見え
with the
ます。
casket.
その棺と一緒に車に乗っています。
Dạ con bạch Sông, con thưa đại chúng. Bây giờ Sông đang lên, Sông đã lên xe và bây giờ sẽ
So now
đi
Thai's
đến
casket
địa điểm
has arrived
Chanting.
onto
タイの
the car and it is
次
on
が
its
車に
way
たどり着き
to
ました。
Paradise Garden in the
そして
Eternity
パラダイ
Park
ス
for
ガーデン
the cremation
にたど
ceremony.
り着こうとしています。
Idea Sangha
試合なるタイ、試合なるサンガ。
has already been
Xin cho ông
on the
Thanh lên.
car.
We see that the
Dear
four
Thai
disciples of Thai will accompany
タイ
Thai's
の弟子た
casket
ち
on
が
the car all the way to
この
the
車
park.
に一緒に乗って、そのパラダイスガーデンパークまで共に向かうところです。
We can see Thai's calligraphy at the back of the car. A
この
cloud
車の
never
後ろ
dies.
にタイの書があります。A cloud never dies。雲は決して死なないという言葉です。雲は形を変えていくけれども、
In
雲が
Plum
死ぬこと
Village,
はな
we
いと
shall now take a
いう言葉
break.
です。
So please,
今、
you can
このプランビレッジで
enjoy.
は
You can enjoy
休憩に入り
your
ま
breathing,
す。
enjoy a cup of tea.
今、呼
The
吸を
live
楽
stream
しん
will
でくだ
continue
さ
to
い。
go on, and it will
ライブ
take
ストリーム
about 30 minutes for all the vehicles to arrive at the park, where the ceremony will continue. The Sangha in Plum Village is touching the earth 3 times to express our deep gratitude and profound love to our teacher, Zen Master Thich. So in Plum Village, we shall now have a break. It is 1:40 a.m. So the monastic brothers and sisters and lay friends who are here are invited to go for walks outside or take a rest. Or if we like, we can continue to do sitting meditation in Plum Village in the meditation hall. And we can still see the live stream of the vehicles on this way, the cortege going towards Paradise Garden, where the cremation ceremony will happen. Now the cars have already begun their procession. And he, our elder brother in Plum Village, is inviting everyone to continue to practice noble silence during this time until we see the vehicles arriving at the park for us to join in the cremation ceremony with the monastic brothers and sisters in Hue, Vietnam.
We see that the streets are lined on both sides with thousands of people who have come to bear witness and to show their respect and love for Thay, one of Hui's most beloved sons. And thank you to everyone who has followed so far online. It is wonderful to bear witness in this way together as a global Sangha and to know that we are connected in these sacred moments by our love and our gratitude for Thay.
So here we are, the funeral cortege has arrived now at the Paradise Garden, Vương Địa Đàng, in the Vinhang Park in Hue. And this park, this garden will become a memorial park, a place to come and practice walking meditation in Thai's memory, a place of beauty and a place of peace. And that's why it has the name Paradise Garden, where we can all touch the Pure Land in every step and in every breath, just as we would practice while walking through the fields and forests here in France. We will all have a chance to practice walking meditation here in the Pure Land Garden in this park. But for now, the cortege procession continues its way. So here at the front, we see the incense being carried, the incense being the symbol of the ancestors, and always the ancestors lead the procession. And then that is followed by the memorial plaque. And this car that we're seeing now is the car carrying the memorial, this car carrying the casket, with our brothers accompanying Thay, and ahead of them is the car carrying Thai's Sangati and his bowl. And we also have the car with Thai's image, Thai's picture. So all of these very symbolic elements of Thai's life. And here the procession reforming. And here in Plum Village, France, in the upper hamlet, the great temple bell is also sounding to mark the solemn occasion of the arrival of Thai's casket here to the cremation grounds. No being, no non-being is the calligraphy. Brother Phap here, Brother Stream carrying Thai's robe and Sangati. Brother Stream is an American monk who has traveled from Deer Park Monastery to be present to participate in the ceremonies today.
And all of the brothers who are holding the parasol and the Dharma instruments have been Thai's attendant for the last 4 years since Thay
and
has
here we
arrived.
have Thai Phap Khoi and Thai Phap Hoi carrying Thai's image, Thai's picture. Two beloved monks in our tradition, elder father figures in our community, Brother Phap Khoi at Blue Cliff Monastery in New York and Thai Phap Hoi at Deer Park Monastery in California. And they are members of our community who have studied and practiced directly with Thay for many, many years, originally here in Plum Village before being sent to establish practice centers in other parts of the world. And such an honor for them that they can be here. And the venerables are arriving in the cars here to also take their positions in the ceremony. Thai Phap Nim here carrying the dragon plaque, which bears Thai's title, as we read at the beginning of the ceremony today, is Thai's official formal title. Thay belongs to the 42nd generation of the Linchi Jhana school, the 8th generation of the Liu Quan Dharma line. He is patriarch and abbot of the Từ Hiếu lineage. He is founder of the International Plum Village Dharma School. His first name is Dung and his second name is Quang, and his lineage name is Phung Swung. His Dharma title is Zen Master Nhat Han, and his family name is Nguyen, Awakened Venerable. Here, Thay Phap carrying the incense representing our connection to our ancestors. And as many of us know, in the Plum Village tradition, our connection to our ancestors is deeply important, just as it is in the ancient and cultural traditions of Vietnam.
And now the procession has begun as they make their way to the cremation site, which has been built in the last few days just for Thai's cremation. The procession needs to wait for the other monastics to arrive before they continue.
So here we are, we're seeing the crematory for the first time, especially for Thay today, and the canopy in the gold, the saffron yellow of the Sangati robe, providing some much needed shade for everyone today.
And in front of the cremation, you see the flowers that has been put together by the monks and nuns of Thai student. And it's this logo of Plum Village. The one pillar temple in the lotus flower. Smrti, Samadhi, and Prajna, mindfulness, concentration, and insight. In this special occasion, to pay respect to a Zen master such as Thay, monks and nuns from all over Vietnam have gathered.
So the ceremony is being led by venerables nominated from other traditions in Vietnam, and Thai's own disciples, the Vietnamese Buddhist Sangha, and Thai's disciples in our Plum Village community. We are the ones wearing brown that begin after the flowers in this procession. And we are very blessed to have such sunny weather today in Hue. Hue is known for its changeable weather. And here the ceremony procession is beginning. A week of rain is forecast in Vietnam, maybe from tomorrow or the day after. So very auspicious to have the sunshine today and what we traditionally call the rain of tears in the coming week. And after Thai's Requiem Masses that he offered in 2008 in the North Center, and in 2007 in the North Center and South of Vietnam, there were also auspicious rains. So today we are enjoying auspicious sunshine. The mind can go in 1,000 directions, but on this lovely path, I walk in peace. With each step, a gentle breeze blows. With each step, a
正在
flower
飘着凉爽的
blows.
清风，
So some dignitaries have arrived, they're seated on the right, representatives also from the US Embassy. And last night, Vietnam time, now it's early morning in Vietnam, and earlier today, if we're in America or Europe, there was another ceremony in Vietnam with a very beautiful testimony from a representative from the US Embassy. So please, you can find this, the clip of his tribute to Thay. It's very moving. And Thomas Lyons, the representative of the US Embassy, recalled how Thay called Dr. Martin Luther King a bodhisattva. And in return, Dr. King called Thay an apostle of peace and nonviolence. And the representative said that perhaps also a word to describe Thay is prophet, someone who is so prescient and who has so much to offer the world, who sees so deeply what the world needs. And we know that what Thay has offered the world will continue to be offered, the teachings, the practice, the wisdom, the insights, and the community that carries Thay into the future. Nothing is lost, only transformed. So for those who may be just joining us, the funeral cortege procession has arrived at the cremation grounds just outside Hue, known as Paradise Garden or Pure Land Garden in the Hanh Park. And this will become a sacred land after the cremation today. And we have a special canopy erected here in the gold of the Buddhist Sangati robes. And the procession has traveled. Here we see Thay's casket being carried by the pallbearers, adorned with chrysanthemum flowers, followed by Thay's monastic disciples. And at the front of the procession, we have the incense, Thay's plaque, memorial plaque. We have his Sangati robe, his alms bowl. We also have his official picture, his likeness, his image. And following the casket, we have the Plum Village community of monks and nuns who have gathered not just from around Vietnam, but many elders have also flown in from around the world to participate in this ceremony and represent their communities. Each we have Venerable Late Drang, a senior monk who has come to visit us in Plum Village and train us in the very profound arts of Vietnamese chanting. And he assisted in the great requiem ceremonies that Thay led in Vietnam for the healing of all the wounds of all the wars. And it's wonderful that he can be present today also to lend his spiritual support to this ceremony. So here the casket is arriving to the crematory. Which has been specially built for this occasion with the white lotuses adorning it and the chrysanthemums.
Dear Sangha, please return to our breathing as the casket is being prepared to be put into the crematorium. The venerable monks are beginning to chant. The Sangha in Plum Village is all now standing up to touch the earth 3 times deeply to express our gratitude to our teacher, Zen Master Thich Hanh, the founder of the Plum Village International Dharma School.
in this solemn moment. At home, you may also like to practice touching the earth deeply to express your gratitude for having encountered Thay and the teaching in this life.
The venerables will be lighting the flame. The venerables are chanting Thay's title, the 42nd generation of the Linji Dhyana school and the 8th generation of the Liu Quang Dharma line, patriarch and abbot of Từ Hiếu lineage, founder of the International Plum Village Dharma School, whose first name is Dung and whose second name is Quang, and whose lineage name is Phùng Xuân, and whose Dharma title is Zen Master Nhức Hanh, and whose family name is Nguyễn, an awakened venerable.
So the venerables are bringing the flame which has been burning on the Buddha altar to start the fire for the cremation. In this moment, you may like to join your palms and bring your mind and body together with your mindful breathing to be fully present in this moment together.
nhập nhất lộ niết bàn ghế thân ghế nguyện ghế thân nhập nhất lộ niết bàn ghế thân ghế nguyện ghế thân nhập nhất lộ niết bàn ghế thân ghế nguyện ghế thân nhập nhất lộ niết bàn ghế thân ghế nguyện ghế thân nhập nhất lộ niết bàn ghế thân ghế nguyện ghế thân nhập nhất lộ niết bàn ghế thân ghế nguyện ghế thân nhập nhất lộ niết
the monastics in village are all returning back to their breathing, to be present in this moment, to continue Thay in the here and now and the future. And now we see the brothers and sisters in Hong Kong, and before that, brothers and sisters in Deer Park monasteries.
All of Thai's practice centers around the world are also participating and bearing sacred witness to these moments on each continent, the US, in Europe, in Australia, and in Hong Kong and Thailand. Here we are seeing Blue Cliff Monastery. We are seeing Magnolia Grove Monastery in Mississippi.
This body is not me. I am not limited by this body. I am life without boundaries. I have never been born and I have never died. Look at the ocean and the sky filled with stars, manifestations from my wondrous true mind. Since before time, I have been free. Birth and death are only doors through which we pass, sacred threshold on our journey. Birth and death are a game of hide and seek. So laugh with me, hold my hand, let us say goodbye. Say goodbye to meet again soon. We meet today, we will meet again tomorrow. We will meet at the source in every moment. We meet each other in all forms of life.
So while the signal from Vietnam has dropped, we are showing you the monasteries around the world currently sitting in vigil in sacred witness of this ceremony, following our breathing, generating the energy of mindfulness, peace, and compassion for our teacher. And in these quiet moments, this is also a chance as we await the signal to restart from Vietnam. We can also follow our breathing and really arrive into this moment touching in our own heart what Thay has meant to us, the transformations he has brought us, the teachings he has offered us. To touch what he has meant in our life and how we wish to carry him forward into the future, to carry this energy of mindfulness, peace, and compassion into the future. We will read a poem by Thay, Please Call Me by My True Names. Don't say that I will depart tomorrow. Even today, I am still arriving. Look deeply. Every second I am arriving, to be a bud on a spring branch, to be a tiny bird with still fragile wings, learning to sing in my new nest. We return to the cremation grounds and the crematory, and the casket has been placed inside the crematory and is now being sealed. And when this is complete, we will listen to chanting and a ceremony.
Phap is reading this text, which we will now read in English for you to follow. Respected venerables, brothers, sisters, and friends, in this moment, each one of us is embracing the loss of Thay in our own unique way. To us, his disciples, Thay is a teacher whom we dearly love, respect, and always take refuge in. Even those of us but he's already read this. Even those of us who have been by Thay's side for many years, we still feel like a child, a young, innocent, and often unskillful novice. In more than 60 years of practicing and teaching the Dharma, at key moments, Thay would usually write a letter or a poem to encourage or support his disciples. In this solemn and sacred moment of the cremation ceremony, our wish is to receive such a letter from Thay. While preparing for Thai's funeral, we read through the old letters Thay had written, full of love and care for his disciples. Throughout his whole life, Thay never stopped transmitting the Dharma. These Dharma gems are as majestic as jeweled mountains, as deep and wondrous as the vast ocean. In 2020, on the occasion of commemorating our ancestral teacher, Master Nhat, we asked Thay for permission to select some gems from his old letters and compose one just like the ones he used to write for us in the past 60 years. May this letter, a garland of Dharma gems, be a torch that shines and helps us to overcome our most difficult times. Today, when our collective consciousness and the sacred flame of the cremation ceremony are infused into the realm of no birth and no death, we humbly ask the most respected venerables, our brothers and sisters and friends from all over the world, to allow us to offer Thay this garland of gems, a letter to all his disciples, to his continuation. Climbing together the hill of the century, to all my beloved children, monastic, the order of interbeing, and lay practitioners near and far. Today is the memorial day of the ancestral teacher who founded Từ Hiếu, our root temple. His first name is Dan and his second name is Tien, but he also is known by the name of Nhat. Today it is sunny, and in the freshness of Hui's mid-autumn, thousands of descendants of our ancestral teacher from all over the country have returned to the root temple in order to pay respect to him. In the previous days, hundreds of people have also been visiting the root temple to rake the leaves, to tidy up the garden of the monastery, to clean up the stupas and prepare for today's ceremony. The descendants of our ancestral teacher all over the world are also turning towards him during this day of his memorial. Our Sangha is vast, and it is present in all the 5 continents. Thay is so happy to see that our Sangha is continuing the career of the Buddha and of our spiritual ancestors. Thay has often taught that with gratitude in our hearts, we can be happy right away. In the past few days, Thay has so much gratitude for the Buddha and spiritual ancestors for offering such a beautiful and clear spiritual path. A path for us to go on for our whole life. Vietnam is a very beautiful country with beautiful people. I am so grateful to the country of Vietnam and to my blood family for having given birth to me. 2 years ago, this country once again opened her arms and welcomed me to return to teach the Dharma in the place that I was born. In the past 2 years, I have been so happy living with my brothers, my sisters, and disciples on this, my ancestral land. I often visit the room of my teacher or do walking meditation around the half-moon pond together with my young disciples, where some nights we watch the moon rise over the gate of the monastery. The path from the main hall of Từ Hiếu, which leads down to the half-moon pond, around Morning Star Pond, and up the Yung Xuân Hill, or back to Lang Bien, has already become a legendary path. Do you know that my happiness is very great? Sometimes it is so immense that I have the feeling that I cannot embrace it all. Whenever I see my students attending me, my heart is filled with love and gratitude. I am deeply grateful for all my students. I think that our Sangha should renew the practice of the 4 gratitudes. The 4 gratitudes towards our parents, our teachers, our friends, and all living beings. We should renew this practice to make it the 5 gratitudes, and in it we can add gratitude not only for our parents, our teachers and friends and all living beings, but also for our descendants, our disciples. This can include monastics, members of the Order of Interbeing, and lay practitioners who have helped Thay, and the spiritual ancestors to realize the work of spreading the Dharma and helping all living beings. Not only have my attendants brought me so much happiness, but all of you, wherever you are, and whatever you are doing to transform suffering within yourselves and others, whatever you are doing to engage and offer your services to humanity, each and every one of you has offered me and continues to offer me so much happiness. This is why I have so much gratitude to you. I can see so clearly that wherever you are my continuation. And in one way or another, you are carrying me into the future. We, teacher and student, will continue to climb the hill of the century, offering our love, understanding, freedom, and solidity to the world, today and forever after. And do you know, when our Mahasangha climbs the hill of the century, the scenery is truly spectacular. Among you, there are monks and nuns. There are lay practitioners. And we are all practitioners, whether monks or lay members. In Vietnamese, we have the expression suk si for monastics. And the first part, suk, in Vietnamese means to go forth. Going forth here means to go and join a monastic community. As a member of the monastic community, we go wherever the Sangha needs us to go. We do not have a permanent abode. Among you, there are also lay practitioners. Ku, the first part of the word ku si, which means lay practitioner in Vietnamese, means to remain, to stay. Another word for lay practitioner in Vietnamese is su si, which means that you have not gone forth to become a monastic because you have chosen to have a family or you have other obligations. However, as lay practitioners, you still have the opportunity to practice deeply. With the presence of lay practitioners, we can have a complete multifold Sangha. The monastic Sangha and the lay Sangha rely on each other. They support each other. And together we practice to transform our suffering and to serve all living beings. Sangha is a beautiful community, walking together on the joyful path, practicing to liberate ourselves and to bring peace and happiness to the world. To take refuge in the Sangha is our basic practice, helping us to overcome our worries, our fears, and our anxiety. Although life is impermanent, although there is birth, sickness, old age, and death, now that I have a path of practice, I have nothing more to fear. The human rights activist, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., yearned to build a beautiful community, a happy community with solidarity and capacity for activism and engagement. He called such a community the beloved community. Unfortunately, he was assassinated at the age of 39 in Memphis, so he could not realize his beautiful dream. We are more fortunate. We've been able to establish Sanghas everywhere, and so wherever we go, we can feel at home. The Sangha body is everywhere. My true home is right here. We have continued Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s aspiration, and every day our practice is to generate brotherhood and sisterhood, to cultivate joy and the capacity to help people. This is a concrete way to realize and to continue that dream. But more than that, the problems of our time have become global. The Buddha of the 21st century can no longer manifest as an individual. One Buddha is not enough. If Maitreya, the Buddha yet to be born, will manifest in this century, Thay believes that he will manifest in the form of a beloved community. Today is the day to commemorate our ancestor who established the root temple, and Thay would like to remind you once more of his true aspiration so that we, as teacher and disciples, can continue to climb the hill of the century together. Thay is very happy whenever he remembers that in the present moment we are climbing the hill of the 21st century together. We have climbed together for 21 years. It is 2021 as I write this letter. By the year 2050, we will stand on the peak of the hill, and the view from there will be very beautiful, no less beautiful than the view from Vulture Peak.
Bodhicitta, greatest aspiration and deep love. First and foremost, Thay wants you to remember that bodhicitta, the mind of love, is the deep aspiration, the dream of a true practitioner. Once the mind of love is eroded, we have no energy to realize our dream. We ordain in order to generate great love, great understanding, acceptance, forgiveness, inclusivity, and we are ready to offer ourselves at the service of our fellow humans and all living beings. We ordain in order to free ourselves from craving, attachment, hatred, fear, doubt, misunderstanding, ignorance, and wrong perceptions about ourselves, about people and life. And beyond that, as Zen Master Linchi had put in his opening speech of the teachings for the Sangha, we ordain in order to transcend birth and death, to set foot on the path to vast horizons, and to go beyond the three realms. We must take care of our bodhicitta to keep it bright and beautiful. We should not lose ourselves in consumption, nor be satisfied with holding certain positions or status in the Sangha or in society. We must learn to see ourselves as drops of water in the river of the Buddha and the multifold Sangha. We are the continuation of the Buddha and our ancestral teachers. Among them, Truk Lam Daishi, Zen Master Linchi, Zen Master Liu Quang, and Zen Master Nhat. We are flowing together as a river, and at the same time climbing the hill of the century with great joy. However busy you may be, train to be present for one another during the formal meals, to recognize your place in that river of liberation, and to practice living harmoniously with all of your brothers and sisters, and with the OI and lay members and practitioners who come to take refuge and practice with us. Practice so that you do not become a drop of water separated from the river, not being caught in status, money, praise, position. Knowing how to go as a river, we have a bigger chance to realize our dreams. To light up the awareness of love, we must truly nourish our brotherhood and sisterhood and our love for humanity. We must truly love one another as siblings In a blood family, learning to respect our elders and yield to our youngers. At times, we may be unskillful or inadvertently hurt one another. Thay is sometimes unskillful, but Thay knows that you are always willing to forgive me. Thay feels deeply grateful to you. You have given me a lot of happiness, and Thai's happiness grows bigger each day when he sees that you are able to love and forgive one another. Each one of us knows that the more we love are in harmony with one another, the more we are able to heal and become a place of refuge for many people. Thay sees that every one of us has made a lot of progress on the path of practice and transformation. Whether that progress has been quick or slow, we have all experienced transformation. The practice of eating formal meals together not only helps us to integrate into the river of the Buddha and the multifold Sangha, it also nourishes our humility and our deep vow to serve living beings so that we monastic, OI, and lay practitioners can all continue as true descendants of the Buddha and ancestral teachers. The monastic life is both humble and simple. Your great grand teacher, Zen Master Tan Kui, was someone of great humility. In the old days, there were venerables who would hesitate to bow in greeting to our great grand teacher because he would bow back very deep and very low to express his humility and respect for them. He did not like others prostrating to him, but as a teacher, he had to let them do it. When Venerable Chi Nyim built the stupa for great-grandfather teacher, he had asked the Venerable to put a statue of the Buddha at the very top of the stupa, so that when anyone came to prostrate, they would be prostrating to the Buddha and not to him. At Từ Hiếu, everyone knows this story very well. We must all learn that kind of humility from our great-grandfather teacher, Tan Kui. That virtue of humility will always allow us to stay true to ourselves. The stupa of interbeing and interpenetration. We did not ordain in order to gain respect and donations from lay people, nor to live in luxury or to have power or status. In fact, it is quite the opposite, because we understand clearly the nature of interbeing and interpenetration. We appreciate, love, and respect all the different manifestations of life. Reverence is the nature of my love. We have ordained because of the true joy and happiness that comes from being liberated from our suffering, from our wrong views and perceptions. Life is impermanent, but we think that it is permanent. And the biggest mistake is to see ourselves as a separate self-entity, not interbeing with the whole cosmos and all beings. In the past, Venerable Nun Nam Nguyen had built for Thay a stupa at Dinh Quan Temple in Hanoi. She had already built it, so Thay instructed her to inscribe a few words on the front, saying, "There is nothing inside. I am not inside." Because for sure, Thay is not lying in there. If people do not understand, then there should be another sentence, "And I am not outside either." And if people still do not understand, then the last sentence should read, "If I am anywhere, it is in your footsteps and your mindful breathing." For Thay, the practices that can help to transform and heal the people of our time is Thai's stupa. So those practices are Thai's stupa. At Phap Temple or the Root Temple Tha Din Từ Hiếu, or any Plum Village meditation practice center all over the world, there should be such a stupa not made of brick and mortar, but a stupa made of the energy of practice. Everyone who comes, whether a monk or nun, an OI member, a Buddhist, a friend of Plum Village, will be invited to enter this stupa of practice, meaning they have to learn to walk in mindfulness, to drink tea in mindfulness, to speak using loving speech, and to listen deeply. Thay does not want to have a stupa because he sees clearly that he does not have a separate self. And there is not a single moment that Thay stops manifesting. In the poem, Please Call Me by My True Names, Thay wrote, "Don't say that I will depart tomorrow. Even today, I am still arriving. Look deeply. Every second I am arriving, to be a bud on a spring branch, to be a tiny bird with still fragile wings, learning to sing in my new nest, to be a caterpillar in the heart of a flower, to be a jewel hiding itself in a stone. I still arrive in order to laugh and to cry, to fear and to hope. The rhythm of my heart is the birth and death of all that is alive." A few years ago in Thailand, Thay taught the elder brothers and sisters that when the time has come for Thay to pass away, you will organize a funeral of the heart for Thay according to the spirit of this poem. During this time, we will have a noble silence retreat so that everyone can contemplate Thay's manifestation in every second and every minute. So you can see that Thay will always be present in every manifestation of life. Thay really hopes that all the monasteries, all the members of the Order of Interbeing, all our practitioners and lay friends of our community will build for Thay a stupa made of our own practice in every setting of our daily life. In such a noble silence retreat, we will walk in mindfulness, drink tea in mindfulness, and use loving speech and deep listening. After the cremation ceremony, please bring my ashes to spread on the earth to nourish the grass and trees. Don't stop the continuation of my ashes. During the teaching tour in China in the autumn of 2001 at Peking, Thay received news from Sister Trumjin that Brother Yak Tan, the abbot of Deer Park Monastery, was on his last breaths. Thay wrote this gatha for Brother Yak Tan and sent it to him just before he passed away. That you are a real gentleman is known by everyone. The work of a true practitioner has been accomplished. When your stupa has been raised on the hillside, the sound of children's laughter will already be heard. Thay comforted and offered guidance to Brother Yak Tan with a lot of love and trust. Thay said, "You just take your time to rest. You and I will meet each other again, and we will work together again, holding each other's hands to climb the hill of the century." In the past, Thay spoke these words to Brother Yak Tan, and today, on the commemoration day of our ancestral teacher who founded the Root Temple, Thay also wants to tell you this. The Buddha, our ancestral teachers, you and I, we all continue to hold each other's hands to climb the hill of the 21st century. Look again, you will see me in you and in every leaf and flower bud. If you call my name, you will see me right away. Where are you going? The old frangipani tree offers its fragrant flowers this morning. You and I have never really been apart. Spring has come. The pines have put out shining green needles, and on the edge of the forest, the wild plum trees have burst into flower. Thay sees you in Thay's continuation. Thay will never die. Thay prays that the Buddha will watch over you all so that you can be protected in body and mind and be able to nourish your joy and be a refuge for the Sangha and for all who come. Thay sees clearly that you are the continuation of the Buddha, of the ancestral teachers, and of Thay. Through you, Thay is immortal. Thay has faith in you, and this faith is solid and unshakable. Thay holds you all in his heart with all his love and trust. May the Buddha and ancestral teachers offer you great strength and energy. With love and trust, Thay. Coming and going in freedom. Don't you know the wind still soars as the rains afar continue clouds overhead and drops of sunshine touch down from above. Earth opens up to a clear blue sky. Still I come and go in freedom, unconcerned with being or non-being. Come home and relax in your mindful steps. Neither waxing or waning is the moon. And now this poem is being chanted by Thai Phap Nim.
Có không còn mất chẳng băn khoăn, bước chân con hãy về thanh thản, không tròn không khuyết một vầng trăng. Gió vẫn còn bay, con biết không, khi mưa xa tiếp áng mây gần, hạt nắng từ cao rơi xuống thấp cho lòng đất thấy bầu trời chung. Ta vẫn còn đến đi thông dong, có không còn mất chẳng băn khoăn, bước chân con hãy về thanh thản, không tròn không khuyết một vầng trăng. Ta vẫn còn đến đi thông dong, có không còn mất chẳng băn khoăn, bước chân con hãy về thanh thản, không tròn không khuyết một vầng trăng.
Xin mời quý thầy quý sư cô cùng thật sự bài con cùng
Phap is inviting the Sangha to chant, I take refuge in the Buddha, the three
今
jewels.
タイファップンが三方に帰依するというチャンティングをサンガ全体が行うようにみんなを招いています。
Con về nương tựa Pháp, con đường của tình thương và sự hiểu biết.
I take refuge in the Buddha, the one who shows me this way in the life, the way in this life. I take refuge in the Dhamma, the way of understanding and of love. I take refuge in the Sangha, the community that lives in harmony and awareness. Dwelling in the refuge of Buddha, I clearly see the path of light and beauty in the world. Dwelling in the refuge of Dhamma, I learn to open many doors on the path of transformation. Dwelling in the refuge of Sangha, shining light that supports me, keeping my practice free of obstruction. Taking refuge in the Buddha in myself, I aspire to help all people recognize their own awakened nature, realizing the mind of love. Taking refuge in the Dhamma in myself, I aspire to help my people fully master the ways of practice and walk together on the path of liberation. Taking refuge in the Sangha in myself, I aspire to help all people build fruitful communities, to embrace all beings and support their transformation.
Năm ơn các pháp môn cùng lên đường chiêm hóa. Nam mô Dhammaya, về nương thân trong con, xin nguyện cho mọi người thế nhìn nên bốn chung, nhiễm hóa đường muôn loài. Nam mô Sanghaya, Buddham Saranam Gacchami, Dhammam Saranam Gacchami, Sangham Saranam Gacchami. I take refuge in the Buddha, the one who in this life. Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya. I take refuge in the Dhamma, the way of and love. Namo Dhammaya, Namo Dhammaya, Namo Dhammaya. I take refuge in the Sangha, the community
Namo Sanghaya, Namo Sanghaya, Namo Sanghaya, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dhammaya, Namo Sanghaya.
Chúng con kính mời sư cô Chân Không.
We would like to invite Sister Chân Không to offer the song The Smile as a gift to Thay. Please hand the microphone to Sister Chân Không.
Đây là cái bản nhạc.
This is a song
that
every public talk that Thay offers around the world, Thay always requests Sister Chân Không to end Thay's Dhamma talk, public talk, by this song, The Smile. Sister Chân Không will offer this song as a gift to Thay and to the whole Sangha.
Cô Chân Không sẽ tặng cái gì? Một bài hát. Là thầy nói, con hát giùm thầy, để thầy đỡ mệt. Thành ra con thắp hát bài này nhiều lần. I smile to the star that still shine in the sky, to the day that begins, to the sun. I smile to the star that still shine in the sky, to flowers, under the night, to the day that begins, to the enchanting bird. I smile to the sun, and the world smile to me. I smile to the child that crosses my way. I remember also on those who are hungry, those who live in misery all over the planet, who have to face the war, who lost their mother. If sometimes my smile is moistened by tears, when I see the great pain that spread over the world, I shall still be smiling with tears in my eyes, smiling to life, smiling to death. And one day will come when it is bitterly cold, when even my footsteps will not leave any mark. The never-ending current of life's energy will carry me along, and I will not look back. The fear will no longer block my way. My heart finally opens very wide. Then I will become the fire of the earth, of the flower, of the rain, of the sun and the wind. And one day, perhaps, in a very small child, I will open my eyes to the wonders of life, and a little more loving, and a little more smiling, I will continue this wonderful way. Et un jour peut-être, dans un tout petit enfant, je rouvrirai les yeux aux merveilles de la vie, et un peu plus aimant, un peu plus souriant, je continuerai ce beau chemin. And one day, perhaps in a very small child, I will open my eyes to the wonders of life, and a little more loving, and a little more smiling. I will continue this wonderful way.
Chúng con kính mời đại chúng, chúng con kính mời quý thầy quý sư cô, con xin phép quý tôn đức của chúng con được ngồi thiền trong một phút nữa trước khi chúng con xin bà giảng bài thơ để quý thiền xem.
We will now, Thầy Ấn invites us to sit in silence for a few minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. And then after that, we shall invite Sister Newman to read a poem as an offering to Thay. We are very happy to sit together with Thay. Thai's Dhamma body is of the nature of no birth and no death. Thay is always present for all of us.
nén tâm hương cung kính tiền đưa người về thế giới vô sanh bất diệt.
Suba Newman has just finished reciting a poem. She's been a beloved friend of our community in Hue and a real support to our sisters Sangha in Vietnam. So wonderful that she can offer this poem for Thay in this moment.
Now we shall it's a poem that Thay wrote while Thay visited India when Thay was sitting on Vulture Peak and Thay was looking at the sunset. And Thay looked at the sunset through the Buddha's eye. And in this poem, it represents the no coming and no going. We are
the old mendicant, being rock, being gas, being mist, being mind, being the mesons traveling among the galaxies at the speed of light. You have come here, my beloved, and your blue eyes shine, so beautiful, so deep. You have taken the path traced for you from the non-beginning and the never-ending. You say that on your way here, you have gone through many millions of births and deaths. Innumerable times you have been transformed into firestorms in outer space. You have used your own body to measure the age of the mountains and rivers. You have manifested yourself as trees, grass, butterflies, single-celled beings, and as chrysanthemums. But the eyes with which you look at me this morning tell me that you have never died. Your smile invites me into the game whose beginning no one knows, the game of hide and seek. O green caterpillar, you are solemnly using your body to measure the length of the rose branch that grew last summer. Everyone says that you, my beloved, were just born this spring. Tell me, how long have you been around? Why wait until this moment to reveal yourself to me, carrying with you that smile which is so silent and so deep? O caterpillar, suns, moons, and stars flow out each time I exhale. Who knows that the infinitely large must be found in your tiny body? Upon each point on your body, thousands of Buddha fields have been established. With each stretch of your body, we measure time from the non-beginning to the never-ending. The great mendicant of old is still there on Vulture Peak, contemplating the ever-splendid sunset. Gautama, how strange! Who said that the Udumbara flower blooms only once every 3,000 years? The sound of the rising tide, you cannot help hearing it if you have an attentive ear.
Người hành khắp năm xưa
Sister Changkong and Phap are now singing the same poem.
Mặt trời hoa đang là Gotama, ô hay ai bảo rằng Upadala chiều năm mới có một lần tiến hải chiều kia có chiếc vai nào chiều lắng mà lại không nghe tiếng hải chiều kia có chiếc vai nào chiều lắng mà lại không nghe.
Thay always like listening to a French song. We would like to invite Sister Đình Nghiêm to offer Thay a song in French. It's called Le Bonheur, Oh Happiness. And Thay always invited Sister Đình Nghiêm to sing this song during happy gatherings. Please bring the microphone for Sister Đình Nghiêm. Thay, this is like the spirit of a being. We sit with you. We are bathing in the sun on this hill this morning in Vietnam. There's many of us who are present, and as we were walking and going along the procession, we were so happy, and we had the support of the police in order to open the path for the big procession of cars from Từ Hiếu Temple all the way to this park. So we're also very grateful to all of the police force in making our path very smooth. So now we would like to invite Sister Đình Nghiêm to offer this song to Thay.
Chacun cherche le bonheur, chacun de nous veut le suivre. Mais sais-tu que le bonheur, il est là, il est toujours là. Le bonheur, il est au fond de notre cœur et nos rêves les plus chers sont bien en chacun de nous. Le bonheur c'est maintenant, pendant que l'on chante. Je m'en souviendrai longtemps et cela m'enchante. Chacun cherche le bonheur, chacun de nous veut le suivre. Mais sais-tu que le bonheur, il est là, il est toujours là. Le bonheur, il est au fond de notre cœur et nos rêves les plus chers sont bien en chacun de nous.
Hay quá, mời xem hát lại thêm lần nữa.
The Ang said you sang so well. Can we invite you to sing it one more time?
Depuis que tourne la ronde, que tourne la terre, de nos joies, de nos misères, tout autour du monde. Chacun cherche le bonheur, chacun de nous veut le suivre. Mais sais-tu que le bonheur, il est là, il est toujours là. Le bonheur, il est au fond de notre cœur et nos rêves les plus chers sont bien dans chacun de nous. Le bonheur c'est maintenant, pendant que l'on chante. Je m'en souviendrai longtemps et cela m'enchante. Chacun cherche le bonheur, chacun de nous veut le suivre. Mais sais-tu que le bonheur, il est là, il est toujours là. Le bonheur, il est au fond de notre cœur et nos rêves les plus chers sont bien en chacun de nous.
Thank you, Sister Denim. Dear Venerables, this is a song that speaks about happiness. And the happiness can be very simple and it can always be present. Now, Sister Hội Nghiêm will offer Thay a poem.
Dạ, kính bạch sư ông,
Dear Thay, dear Venerables, this poem I had offered Thay when he was 80 years old. And occasionally I would offer this poem, read this poem for Thay, or when there's an occasion I would offer this poem. And today I would like to offer this poem for Thay to commemorate this occasion. The poem is called I Love. I love the gentle smile, full of compassion. I love such a simple person. I love people who love to sing and to bring joy to so many people.
Hiểu thấu niềm đau thầm tĩnh của con người, có như lắng những tưởng tuổi tảo hư, cùng sửa cuộc đời bằng đôi chân không mệt mỏi, dù bước đi trên trong gai đã sầu, vẫn một lòng bền chắc tươi son, dẫu cho sông càng đã mòn, vẫn khơi nguồn cùng tăng thân hợp đầu, có yêu lắm một con người nghiêm thầu, dung dịch lục lầm trong một trại tin yêu.
So the poem is naming all the things that she loves of Thay, many of his virtues. And her wish to continue Thay.
Dear Thay, dear Sangha, the monastic community will offer Thay the song Tìm Nhau, looking for each other. I have been looking for you, world-honored one, since I was a little child. With my first breath, I heard you call and began to look for you, blessed one. I've walked so many perilous paths, confronted so many dangers, endured despair, fear, hopes, and memories. I've trekked to the furthest regions, immense and wild, sailed the vast ocean, traveled the highest summits, lost among the clouds. I've lain dead, utterly alone, on the sands of ancient deserts. I've held in my heart so many tears of stone. Blessed One, I've dreamed of drinking dewdrops that sparkled with the light of far-off galaxies. I've left footprints on calloused mountains and screamed from the depths of Avicii hell, exhausted, crave, and despair, because I was so hungry, so thirsty for millions of lifetimes. I've longed to see you, but didn't know where to look. Yet I've always felt your presence with mysterious certainty. I know that the thousands of lifetimes you and I have been one, and the distance between us is only a flash of thought. Just yesterday, while walking alone, I saw the old path with autumn leaves and the brilliant moon hanging over the gate suddenly appear like the image of an old friend. All of the stars confirmed that you were there all night. The rain of compassion continued to fall while lighting flashed through my window, and a great storm arose as if earth and sky were in battle. Finally, in me the rain stopped, the clouds parted, and the moon returned, shining peacefully, calming earth and sky. Looking into the mirror of the moon, suddenly I saw myself, and I saw you smiling, Blessed One. Oh, how strange. The moon of freedom has returned to me. Everything I thought I had lost from that moment on, and in each moment that followed, I saw that nothing had gone. There was nothing that should be restored. Every flower, every stone, and every leaf recognized me. Wherever I turn, I see you smiling, the smile of no birth and no death. The smile I receive while looking at the mirror of the moon. I see you sitting there, solid as Mount Meru, calm as my own breath, sitting as though no raging firestorm ever occurred, sitting in complete peace and in freedom. At last I have found you, Blessed One, and I have found myself. There I sit. The blue, the deep blue sky, the snow-capped mountains painted against the horizon, and the shining red sun sing with joy. You, Blessed One, are my first love, the love that is always present, always pure and freshly new, and I shall never need a love that will be called last. You are the source of well-being, flowing through numberless troubled lives. The water from your spiritual stream, always pure, as it was whole as it was in the beginning. You are the source of peace, solidity, and inner freedom. You are the Buddha, the Tathagata. With my one-pointed mind, I vow to nourish your solidity and freedom in myself, so I can offer solidity and freedom to countless others, now and forever.
Vừa trả lại cho con tất cả những gì con ngờ rằng ta mất. Từ khoảnh khắc ấy từng phút giây miệt mài qua, không có gì cần hồi phục. Bông hoa nào, hạt sỏi nào, ngọn lá nào cũng như con nhân mật. Nhìn đâu con cũng thấy nụ cười Thế Tôn, nụ cười của không sinh không diệt, đã nhận được từ gương ngài. Con đã nhìn thấy Thế Tôn, Thế Tôn ngồi đó vững như núi Tu Di, bình an như hơi thở. Thế Tôn ngồi đó như chưa bao giờ từng vắng bằng, như chưa bao giờ trên thế gian đã từng có cơn bão lửa. Thế Tôn ngồi đó yên lặng và thánh thơi. Con đã tìm ra Thế Tôn, con đã tìm ra con, nhưng mắt con không cầm nổi. Con ngồi đó im lặng, trời xanh sao, núi tuyết in nền trời và nắng reo phơi phới. Thế Tôn là tình yêu đầu, Thế Tôn là tình yêu tinh khôi, nghĩa là không bao giờ sẽ cần tình yêu cuối. Người là dòng sông tâm linh, tuy đã từng chảy qua hàng triệu kiếp luân hồi, nhưng luôn luôn còn mới. Con đã đi tìm Thế Tôn từ hồi con ấu thơ. Con đã nghe tiếng gọi của Thế Tôn từ khi mới bắt đầu biết thở. Thế Tôn là bình an, Thế Tôn là vững chãi, Thế Tôn là thánh thơi, người là buồn như lai. Con nguyện một lòng nuôi dưỡng chân liệu thánh thơi, chân liệu vững chãi và truyền đạt tới mọi loài hôm nay và ngày mai.
Chúng ta đã ngồi khoảng chừng
We have now sat over an hour. We would like to invite a sound a small bell for us to undo our legs. And then we shall stand up, and in Vietnam, they will practice walking meditation. And they will practice slow walking meditation clockwise around the altar and around the crematory. So in Plum Village, we shall also stand up and touch the earth deeply 3 times, and then the Sangha can go and rest. Please, if you need to go to sleep, please go to sleep. If you want to rest in the meditation hall, you're also welcome to invite to rest in the meditation hall. The live stream will be shown throughout the night, throughout the morning, and we shall regather here in the big meditation hall at 9. In France, at 9 o'clock. France time, 9 o'clock France time. The Sangha in Plum Village, France, we shall stand up. We are turning towards the altar of Thay, and with the sound of the bell, we shall touch the earth 3 times deeply to show our deepest gratitude and respect and love to Thay, our teacher, the founder of the Plum Village Dharma School.
trong cái giờ mình dùng cơm. Thì cái thời khóa sắp tới lúc 11 giờ sẽ là dùng cơm trưa trong chánh niệm, thì con xin cảm ơn quý thầy quý sư cô.
Bây giờ thì quý thầy quý sư cô sẽ đảnh lễ siêu ông ba lại thành quý vị cư sĩ. Mình khoan đi kinh hành để quý thầy quý sư cô lạy siêu ông một tí.
Dạ, cư sĩ thì con xin mời các vị cư sĩ mình ngồi ăn cơm vòng tròn ở bên phía cái rạp đó, cái rạp của các vị đang ngồi đó. Dạ. Thì xin các vị khất thực tới đó và các thầy các sư cô sẽ qua đó hướng dẫn các vị. Dạ.
Chúng ta sẽ lạy theo lời sướng. Đệ tử nhớ ơn sư trường giáo huấn cúi đầu kinh lễ, tam bảo thường trụ trong mười phương. Đệ tử nhớ ơn sư trường giáo huấn cúi đầu kinh lễ, tam bảo thường trụ trong mười phương. Đệ tử nhớ ơn sư trường giáo huấn cúi đầu kinh lễ, tam bảo thường trụ trong mười phương. Giống như thầy Phap thừa đã chia sẻ thì chúng ta sẽ nghỉ ngơi bây giờ và chúng ta sẽ ăn cơm picnic. Chúng ta cũng có thể ngồi đâu ăn cũng được. Tuy nhiên chúng ta ăn cơm trong im lặng và giữ cái năng lượng thanh tịnh. Và sau đó thì 2 giờ chiều chúng ta sẽ quay lại để có chương trình buổi chiều. Và quý vị nào muốn đi kinh hành để mà cúng dường nhiều sư ông thì cứ tùy hỷ.